has arrived, and the Cubs will be here for the next 10 days.
It snuck into town while we were gone, didn't it? No more parkas, no more ski caps. Warm weather means the ball usually jumps pretty well here at Wrigley.
Let's take a look at a 4-5 road trip. It was a much tougher trip than people think because of the time zone changes over the weekend.
Yeah, you start in the Midwest, you go out to San Francisco, and just as you begin to get acclimated, you swing back to St. Louis. All in all, not a horrible result. Salvaging the road trip by winning those final 2 days in St. Louis. Cubs really struggled to score early on that trip, but the last 2 days the bats broke out in a big way, scoring 12 and 9 against St. Louis pitching.
One thing we've learned about Joe Maddon, he very strategically picks off days for his regulars. We're going to hear from him in a second, but Anthony Rizzo gets his first day off this year. That's a nice break to have 2 full days for a regular.
Yeah, and that's what managers like to do. You piggyback that scheduled off day in the calendar, then give the guy the next day or the one preceding that off day. Got a lefty going for the Phillies today, so it makes sense to give Big Riz a little bit of a break.
Let's hear from Joe about Anthony Rizzo getting his first day off here in 2016.
This is something I was looking forward to doing. When I was with Tampa Bay, I used to do this with Carl all the time to try to take advantage of either the front or the back side of a day off to give him 2 days off. I think it's great. The way it all played out with the left-hander today, Morgan, for them, I thought it was, and then we play consecutively after this, hopefully barring any rainouts. So it was a good time to just give him like his little mini all-star break. And then just have him come back fresh tomorrow. So of course, we'll use him today if we need it. But I just thought, again, this is, of course, I'm anticipating a good result so that you move it forward later in the season, maybe do the same thing again, because it really does rest these guys up. And then Jason, the same thing, coming off of injury, 2 consecutive games. Let's do the same thing for him right now. A bunch of games coming up after this consecutively. So let's take advantage of the moment. Looking at the lineup today, you see a bunch of guys in different spots, but I really like the defense a lot, outfield and infield. So when you're able to move people around, give guys days off, and still feel good about your defense, that's a good thing.
So here are the starters today. Left-hander Adam Morgan will go for the Phillies. He's had a tough month of May. John Lester with a perfect record against the Phillies, although they have a much different club this year than a lot of teams he used to face. And JD, while the Cubs are not really looking at the standings right now, they still have the best record in baseball. The Pirates are playing well. They're within 4.5, so it'd be nice to have a big homestand here.
Yeah, the Phillies are playing winning baseball primarily because of their starting pitching. They have a very hard time scoring. So this is a series you certainly expect to win and possibly sweep.
And remember, last year, the Phillies came in here, and I think we're 28 games under 500 and swept the Cubs. So you take nobody.
No, indeed. And that's a series that Cole Hamels threw the no-hitter. The last time Jake Arrieta suffered a loss.
Pete Mackanin, a Chicago native, is the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies. More on that story as we continue with Kelly Krall. John Lester pitching for the Cubs today. Cubs baseball on CSN.
Phillies getting ready to open up a 3-game set on a beautiful Friday afternoon here on Comcast Sportsnet. Thanks for joining us. Of course, the last time the Phillies were in town, Pete Mackinnon was a interim skipper, but of course after the year, Philadelphia very happy with the job he did, so signed through this season, and this is a very special trip for him, homecoming of sorts, if you will. A lot of friends and family still in the area, and had a chance to catch up with him just a few minutes ago and find out what stops he has to go to while he's back in town.
Always great to come back home to Chicago. I love the city, grew up on the south side, love Wrigley Field, love the food. Good to be back.
Are there any specific places you go for food when you're back?
Well, I like Portillo's. I always, when I come to Chicago, I have to have a Chicago hot dog. I have to have an Italian beef and a South Side thin crust pizza. I prefer that, to, even though I like deep dish, I prefer the South Side sausage and cheese and an occasional White Castle.
That's all in one meal then?
No, I try to make a point of getting a little bit of everything.
Space it out throughout the 3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, from, it wasn't all that long ago. I mean, you were over here kind of thinking you'd be taking over the helm, and it's a lot different looking group these days. What do you think of this group of young men?
Very formidable team. I mean, these guys have a lot of everything. They've got good pitching, defense. They've got dangerous hitters up and down the lineup. It's always tough to come in here and play. Last year we got lucky. We swept them when they were on. They weren't swinging the bats that well at the time, but I don't foresee that happening. If we want to beat them this series, we're going to have to really play well.
A Brother Rice graduate doing some good things over there with that Philadelphia ball club, and he said he doesn't expect a no-hitter this time around, guys, or a sweep. Knows his guys will have to play pretty well if they're going to come out of here with any wins this weekend. Let's go ahead and send it back up to you two in the booth.
All right, Kelly, thank you. Pete Mackinnon, a great story. He is a baseball lifer, and you always root for guys like him.
Yeah, a long-time coach. He's had an opportunity to be an interim manager, but this is really the first club he's had a chance to kind of control the reins. And from the people I've talked to, he's done a real nice job, has a light touch with this young club, but when needs to, he can get in the guy's face as well. So good story here, Pete Mackinnon. I would suggest mixing in a salad, however, Pete. It's a high-stress job you got, man. You can't live on pizza and hot dogs.
How about a Caesar salad with extra dressing? Let's check out the Phillies pitching staff. You mentioned them earlier. The bullpen in particular has been great. Genmar Gomez, the closer, has been near perfect in your their rankings in the NL.
And really the key to their success has been their pitching. The starting pitching has been solid, if not spectacular. The bullpen, as you mentioned, Gomez and Neris really good at the back end, and they've won a lot of one-run games. That's been a key for them.
Let's send it down to the field as Wayne Messmer is set for our national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining the team on the field today is Commander Lance Thompson, a native of Kewanee, Illinois, who recently became the former commanding officer on the submarine USS Chicago SSN 721 at Naval Base Guam. The city of Chicago has declared May 27th Lance Thompson Day in honor of the captain of the USS Chicago. At this time, please remain standing and join Wayne Messmer as he honors America with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. Big crowd on hand as we get your holiday weekend off to an early start. A Friday matinee, it's the Philadelphia Phillies and the Chicago Cubs. And welcome to beautiful Wrigley Field. Summer has arrived. Jim DeShays and Len Casper. The Cubs coming off a 4-5 road trip. They finished it by winning the final 2 games in St. Louis. And the bright spots offensively were Ben Zobrist and Chris Bryant.
Yeah, 2 guys that have been consistent performers all season long. Ben Zobrist has just been lights out. He's riding a 12-game hitting streak on the road trip. Batted .444. Chris Bryant providing the power on the trip, hitting for .297 batting average, 4 long balls, including a 3-run homer on Wednesday against the Cardinals.
About 2 months into the season, you'd have to say, certainly in the National League, the biggest surprise has been the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah, expectations very low for this club coming in. They lost 99 games last year, the most in Major League Baseball, but there they are right in the middle of the pack in the NL East, just 2.5 games behind the Washington Nationals. It's been starting pitching, it's been a solid bullpen, and a fair bit of luck. They don't score a lot of runs. It'd be very difficult for them to sustain this pace, given that they're right near the bottom of the league in runs scored.
The Cubs are 14-6 here at home. They will play at Wrigley Field each of the next 10 days. They'll kick off the homestand next.
Chicago is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. Ford, inviting you to check out their fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency. Low fares. Nothing to hide.
Back here at Wrigley Field, and ex-Cub Mickey Morandini, the Phillies first base coach, exchanging the lineup card with 2-0 Tim Buss, the Cubs strength coach. Brought out the lineup card Tuesday night in St. Louis for the first time in his career, and the Cubs put up 21 runs over the next 2 days. So if that happens in baseball, you keep that job.
Yeah, you got to ride the hot hand. Sabermetrics can't explain it, but Tim Buss is on fire.
So hopefully we don't have to deal with any rain here today, as Bob Davidson, the home plate umpire, will call balls and strikes and other things. Lance Barrett is at first, Sean Barber at second, and Dale Scott, the crew chief, he is at third. A nice hand as the Cubs take the field behind left-hander John Lester. Let's get the Phillies Southwest starting lineup. They're scoring 3.3 runs per game. That's second to last in the major leagues. Odubel Herrera, the center fielder, leads it off. He's had a very good year. Freddie Galvis at short. Mikel Franco at third. Former minor league catcher with the Giants, Tommy Joseph, grabbing a lot of playing time at first for Ryan Howard. Carlos Ruiz is the catcher. Cesar Hernandez at second. Tyler Goodell, Rule 5 pick. He's in left. They bat the pitcher 8. That's Morgan, with Peter Borges in right, batting 9th.
A little different look for the Cubs defensively this afternoon. You see Soler in left, Fowler in center. Matt Caesar gets a start in right. Day off for Jason Hayward. Baez and Russell on the left side of the infield. Zobrist at second. And over there at first base, you see Chris Bryant. He made one start there last year. David Ross is behind the plate. And the Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is the big lefty, John Lester. Start number 10 for John this afternoon. 4-3 with a 2.60 ERA, coming off his shortest outing of the season. 2 2/3, 6 hits, 5 runs at San Francisco, and in that start he threw just 75 pitches, so you know he's ready to rock and roll here this afternoon.
Lights are on. Overcast conditions. And a lot of kids are already done for the school year. School's out for summer.
Get that one stuck in my head now.
So here is Odubel Herrera to lead it off. Cubs at 31-14, best record in baseball. Phillies 26-21, third place in the East. And lefty to lefty, and a first pitch strike, and we'd like to welcome all our viewers watching on Interstate Communications in Warren and Madison County, Iowa.
I certainly can't point the finger at Herrera for the Phillies' offensive struggles. He's having an outstanding year so far. 440 on base percentage. He has tripled his walk rate from last year.
Swing and a miss. And it's 1-2 on him. Excellent month so far, killing right-handed pitching. And that will be a foul ball to left, just foul. He hasn't been bad against lefties, getting on base at a 393 clip against southpaws. Nearly Nearly had an extra base hit to start the game. Kind of weird. The wind is blowing in at the moment. You know, it's a hot day near the lake when it's 76 degrees and it feels hot, and we've got a bit of a lake breeze at 8 miles an hour.
It's kind of day where you anticipate the wind blowing out, but right now that's not the case. Herrera hit .297 last year with the Phillies. This is his first year as a big leaguer and a high average hitter throughout his minor league career. But the thing that he hardly walked at all last year, and that's become a big part of his game. So apparently he's one of these guys that, okay, you need me to do that, I can do that.
He has run it full. 3-2. Switch hitting Freddie Galvis is on deck. Lester's payoff pitch, and we'll try it once more. Only matinee in Major League Baseball. Everything else will be later tonight.
So a good look there, that cut fastball from Lester, the grip off center, imparting that spin, breaking it away from the left-handed hitter.
Pitch number 8.
Yeah, this guy will give you a tough AB. You'll see a lot of pitches. Talk about his ability to work walks. He's got a little flair to his game.
A big 3-run homer on Wednesday in their win at Detroit. And a fly ball out in the deep left. Soler's back to the warning track, and he makes the catch in front of the ivy. It looks plush and very green.
It'll be time to plant the tomatoes. Get the corn in the ground.
Galvis in his 5th year in the majors. Will step in. Foul strike on him.
Galvis, a solid defender. He caddied there for Jimmy Rollins, getting a chance to play every day.
Their top prospect, J.P. Crawford, is a shortstop. Possibility he could be here at some point this season. They've improved their farm system quite a bit here over the last year or so. 1-2 on them. Their team president is former Cub president and general manager Andy McPhail.
Yeah, I would think, and if you talk to Andy, you talk to Pete Buchanan, anybody in that Philly front office, they have to be surprised by this team's performance to this point in the season, at least the 1-loss record.
Buchanan has Cub ties in addition to being a Chicago native as Galvis strikes out. So 2 down here in the Phillies first. It's Michael Franco. Pete Buchanan played briefly in the Cubs system back in the mid-'80s. And later managed in the Cubs minor league chain for 5 years. His first year was in Peoria, 1985. He managed Greg Maddux and Rafael Palmeiro. Maddux was their opening day starter that year. I want to ask Pete at some point if he can remember opening day 1985 in the Midwest League, and if he thought that day, I am watching a future Hall of Famer. The easy answer now would be, of course I did.
He would say, no, I didn't know, but I knew he was something special.
His bench coach, an ex-Cub, Larry Bowa. 1-2. Skies have darkened a fair amount since we started.
So the question, there's 95 for Lester. He's feeling a little fresh here this afternoon. Has there ever been a manager at any time in baseball history at the minor league level, especially the low minor leagues, who could say, I'm looking at a future Hall of Famer?
In hindsight, yes. But at the time, who knows? Nice job, John Lester. A 1-2-3 start. The leadoff man is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot, and if Dexter Fowler gets a hit, Binny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to the Greater Chicagoland Food Depository. Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Hayward and Rizzo get the day off. It's Fowler, Zobrist, Bryant, Chris playing first. Soler, Caesar, and Russell in the middle. Baez, Ross, and Lester at the bottom.
Phillies afield. Goodell, Herrera, Borges, left, center, right. So you got center field speed out there in right field. Franco, Galvis, Hernandez, Joseph, third to first. Joseph, the converted catcher. Chuch Ruiz behind the plate. Adam Morgan, the Lexus starting pitcher for the Phils.
It just started to rain. But we will play through it for now.
Called up when Charlie Morton went on the disabled list. Morgan, who had some big league time last year. Cubs actually faced him. He was 5-7 with a 4.48 last season. 1-2, 5.61.
High drive to right. Borges getting a little help from the wind, which is weird to say. Boy, around 11 o'clock this morning, as the Cubs were taking batting practice, I would have said that ball would be 10 rows into the bleachers. So here's Ben Zobrist, who turned 35 yesterday, comes in with a 12-game hitting streak. And ball one from Morgan.
Morgan, finesse style left-hander, fastball, curve, slider, change.
Looks like his velocity up just a little bit this year. But not a guy, as you say, who has a strategy of overpowering people.
He profiles as more of a fly ball type pitcher. So I'm sure he was thrilled to see the flags settle down and start to blow in a little bit.
He is working like his hair is on fire to start this game. He gets it and throws it. Three and one to Ben Zobrist. I'm going to record that and then just save the trouble for his future at bats. I'll just play that. Now 3-2. We can do that too.
Yeah. So he was taking all the way there on 3-1. First at bat against this guy, trying to get a look.
Ground ball fair. That'll extend his hitting streak to 13. And he's at second with a double.
He is putting on a clinic.
He is 26 games now. That's his 39th hit over this stretch.
And that's a confident hitter when he lays off that 3-1 fastball and says, you know what? He knows himself so well. He knows he's not going to expand the zone. He wouldn't chase a 3-2 pitch out of the zone. So in his mind, 3-1, 3-2 feels pretty much the same. There's a lot of hitters, once they get that second strike, they're going to get a little anxious and maybe go out of the zone.
Chris Bryant now as the rain intensifies. A lot of fans heading for cover. The wind is shifting. Looks like now it's more right to left. Crew chief, by the way, is Dale Scott. He's over at third, and it's his call in terms of any sort of rain delay at this point. And you absolutely hate to stop a game in the first inning.
Yeah, and my guess is they got information that said, you know what, yeah, there's some rain coming, but it's going to move in and out quickly, so let's just go ahead and play.
Swing and a miss. Chris Bryant nearly broke up Cole Hamels' no-hitter last year on July 25th with that deep drive in the ninth inning that Odubel Herrera found a way to catch on the warning track to complete that gem.
Oh, yeah, I remember Odubel, yeah. He was twisting and turning and slipping and sliding.
Oh, we got that super slow-mo in the rain. Has already lightened up quite a bit. Up and in. 2-2.
Chris just 213 batting average against Southpaw so far this year. Not a ton of at bats. 10 out of 47. 3 long ones.
Staying away from the changeup. It's 3-2 with Jorge Soler on deck. Now the wind has stopped. So Chris Bryant has had all the seasons here in this one at bat. Fouled away.
Morgan got away with an elevated changeup there. He didn't want to throw a belt-high changeup.
Ground backhanded neatly by Galvis. Zobrist has to hold at second. 2 outs.
Yeah, I was talking with Larry Anderson from Phillies radio earlier today, and he was talking about Galvis. And Galvis came to the big leagues as a glove-first player. That's his meal ticket. But he struggled somewhat last year, so he went home this winter, worked really hard And his brother and dad hitting them fungos on a daily basis.
Nice road trip for Jorge Soler at 318. Couple of home runs. Played excellent defense. Base running. He had the whole deal. The backswing just caught Carlos Ruiz on the helmet. I could hear it up here.
He's a big, long guy with a big, long finish, and we see this frequently.
Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Morgan was born in Tampa, Florida. Went to high school in Marietta, Georgia, and then on to the University of Alabama. Two and one.
Third-round pick by the Phillies in 2011.
Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Have you ever seen a third base coach stand exactly where Gary Jones is? He is almost in his home dugout.
He's taking the Soler pull power into account here.
Ground ball to third. Now gets by into left. And Zobrist will score, and it's 1-0 Cubs. So Soler found a hole over there on the left side, and the Cubs get the early lead.
Cashing in the 1-out double by Zobrist.
Inning alive for Matt Caesar. He gets his 6th start with Jason Hayward getting the day off. He has been a terrific part-time player. Ball left the bat. I thought it would be a fairly routine for Franco. If he got a late break on it, if I just simply misjudged it, maybe it's slow dirt with the rain.
Slow dirt and maybe a little extra oomph coming off the bat of Soler than in most ground balls.
104 miles an hour, the exit velocity. That base hit.
Yeah, and that's when pitchers, when they get hit around a little bit, a lot of times they say, man, I had him hitting the ball on the ground. But when they hit it on the ground 104 miles an hour, they're making pretty solid contact.
Caesar pops it up, shallow right, and it's Hernandez, the second baseman. Kept his feet moving, and the inning is over. Soler gives the Cubs the lead, 1-0 after an inning.
Quigley with your Coors Light in-game report. Cubs on top 1-0 here in the second. We've been talking a little bit about Pete Mackanin, of course, the manager for the Phillies, and all the different places he's managed, one of which Des Moines, Iowa, guys. And Lester Strode was actually a reliever for him. He was telling me an interesting story this morning, saying he will never let me down, let me live down the time where he was pitching great in the 7th, great in the 8th. He's in the 9th. It's a very slim margin we're in front. On an 0-2 count, he hits a batter. I pull him out of the game. Of course, they inevitably go on to lose that game, and Lester to this day still gives him a hard time about it. And Lester told me this morning, guys, even his wife told him that was not the right call. I should not have come out of that ball game. He should have let me finish it.
Oh, man, 3 decades later.
Right?
Not going to forget it. Thanks,
No.
Kelly.
Yep.
There's Tommy Joseph, the first baseman, and he swats one into center.
Solid single off the bat of Tommy Joseph, who was tearing it up down at AAA. He was hitting .347 and a .611 slugging percentage. Led the International League in batting average and OPS. So he's former catcher, now playing first base.
A reminder, Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. Popped up by Ruiz, and it's Caesar in shallow right.
Cub fans, plan now to get tickets to the matchups you want before they are gone. Tickets are still available for the homestand, especially the 4-game set with the Dodgers next week. Go to Cubs.com, get your tickets before it's too late. I suspect Hernandez at some point today would try to drop down a bunt here against John Lester. He's 5 bunt hits already this year. It's a little bit of the wild card with Rizzo getting the day off. He is so good working with David Ross, and John Lester is shutting down the running game. And obviously Chris doesn't have a lot of experience at first base.
Ground ball up the middle and into center. 2-hit inning for the Phillies, and it will bring up rookie Tyler Goodell, the left fielder.
Just got away from John a little bit, left it up in the zone. Usually pounds the bottom of the strike zone with ferocity.
Goodell was the first pick in the most recent Rule 5 draft. Phillies grabbed him from the Rays in December. So just 31 games into his major league career.
Started slowly, has picked it up of late.
The weather experts were right. They said we're going to get a quick downpour in the bottom of the first, and then we're fine. Rain has stopped. A little low, apparently. 2-0.
Plant foot might have slipped a little bit on Lester there.
Pause by John. Now the pitch. A fly ball out into left center. Fowler tracking, circling. He's got it for out number 2. Now the pitcher Morgan looking for his first hit. A lot of teams we've seen in the National League to start the season batting their pitcher 8th. Something Joe Madden did pretty much all of last year. Has not done it this year. Ground ball to short. Russell to Zobrist. Phillies strand 2. Cubs lead 1-0 after an inning and a half. The Phillies 1-0. It is 90s visor day on the Budweiser bleachers. You're kind of wondering if it's appropriate for you to wear it today?
I don't know what the visor with the bald guy look. I don't know how that plays.
I think it works. I got mine tightened up. Summer look. I'm told I look faster today than I did Wednesday.
The visor makes you look faster?
Wait a minute. That guy had a visor over his baseball cap. That is an error. E-fan as Russell cranks one foul.
Addy hit just a $182 on the road trip, but some better swings late. A little mini 3-game streak going, 5 out of his last 13. Morgan, he's a pretty standard issue command left-hander. We're just watching him work here. Tries to work that fastball in to set up a changeup away, which has been unreliable for him so far. He's elevated a few. He's thrown a couple good ones. Give you 4 different looks, slider and curveball to go along with that fastball changeup combination.
3-1 is tapped foul on the ground.
You know, he looks like the kind of guy, for him to have success, he's got to have command of the changeup to get the hitters off the fastball.
Hernandez shuffling a bit to his right.
Cub fans, we want to hear from you during this afternoon's ball game. Use the hashtag Cubs Talk on Twitter. And be sure to follow at CSN Cubs all season long for the latest news on the boys in blue.
Javier Baez, making his 11th start at third. He got off to a great start when he came off the disabled list, but his last 14 games, he's just 3 out of 32. And that one misses high and away for ball 1. Should we do a poll, JD?
Yeah.
Bald guy visor. Is that a good look? So maybe do a profile here so they can see.
Bald guy visor with the headset.
With the headset. So
you guys should be flying a helicopter.
If you're on Twitter, you can give us a thumbs up, thumbs down. I would go thumbs up. It's a good look. I wouldn't do it for 6 hours on the golf course.
No, that wouldn't be good.
On a cloudless day,
that would
but
not be good.
Toward the hole. Galvis with a beautiful play. 2 down.
Good range, good strong throw. Remember, that's Javi Baez going down the line, and he can really run. Impressive. He's only made 1 error all year.
Pitcher loves it. So far, thumbs up from everybody but one guy named Sean. So I'd say you're getting a good 90 to 95% approval rating on the bald guy visor. Joe says you look like a poker dealer. One suggestion was to add sunglasses to make
on
it really
top of the
special.
visor. Wear them up here.
Oh yeah, you could do that. Ross chased one, and that will end the Cubs inning. Big play by the shortstop Galvis, and a good visor by my partner.
Today's CSN Bar of the Game, presented by Coors Light, is Bernie's Chicago. To see the complete list of the CSN Bars of the Game, presented by Coors Light, visit csnchicago.com.
Some birthday wishes to hand out. Happy 83rd to Dick Wysocki, lifelong Cub fan. And happy 61 to future Hall of Famer and the radio voice of the Cubs, Pat Hughes. They have taken the windows out in the radio booth, so summer has officially arrived.
No windows and Pat rocking the Hawaiian shirt.
Peter Borges, who was born in the Chicago area. He grew up in Arizona. Former Angel, former Cardinal. First year with the Phillies. He can scoot, and he's on first base with a leadoff single.
Third hit of the day for the Phils, all singletons, and we'll see if Borges is inclined to try to steal a base here. That's the advantage he has because of his speed. Baez plays in, protect against the bunt. Gives him a little more room to operate with on the left side of the infield.
Big lead by Borges. He's not running. Herrera takes a strike. Mentioned this earlier. John Lester and David Ross and the Cubs have turned a liability, I think, into a strength in terms of the running game against Lester.
Yeah, they've really done a nice job shutting it down this year. He's so quick to home. And you know what happens is guys will get a big lead because they know he doesn't like to throw over. And then when they add on their secondary lead to their initial lead, that's when David Ross does his thing, especially with a left-handed hitter up like he's got here. He likes that snap throw behind the left-handed hitter.
Wide open stance by Herrera as he takes ball 2, 2-1.
What a smart base runner will do is when he gets that secondary lead, he'll keep his eyes on David Ross and go aggressively back to the base. When Anthony's playing first base, you'll see him do a lot of jockeying back and forth. He'll slide out with the runner, then quick step or two back to the base to try to get in his head a little bit. And you see Chris doing it a little bit, but he doesn't look quite as comfortable.
Cubs lead 1-0, top 3. We started on time, got a brief shower in the bottom of the first. We didn't take a shower, it was raining. I want you to take that literally. Gorgeous. And time called just as Lester was ready to fire to home. Gorgeous with an enormous lead. He wasn't going.
No, he was going, and he certainly got John's attention. So John held the ball a long time, and finally Herrera asked for timeout. Phillies don't hit for a lot of power. They're next to last in the league in home runs. They've hit 36. They have some guys capable of stealing bases, but they have not been particularly good in that department either. They've stolen 19, but they've been caught 17 times.
It was not a good ratio. Pretty interesting. The Phillies have been outscored going into today by 31 runs. So So based on their run differential, they should be well under 500. Their Pythagorean record 20-27. They're 5 over. In one-run games, they're 14-4. The Cubs in one-run games are 6-6. It's the blowouts. Really interesting. The Phillies are 1-7 in games decided by 5 or more. The Cubs are 17-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So there are some looking at these first 2 months statistically saying the Phillies probably are not going to be able to sustain it unless that run differential changes drastically.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be able to sustain it. That one-run win thing, I think that's a function of luck in a lot of ways. I don't think that's a skill set. That's not to say you can't be lucky for an extended period of time. I'm at Baltimore club a couple of years ago.
Right. Their bullpen helps in that regard, but yeah, it's tough to maintain that. Galvis shows bunt.
And when you don't score runs, and they don't score many, you're going to play. And if you pitch well, you're going to play a lot of low-run games. And I just don't think their bullpen is. I mean, it's been good, but it.
Fowler over into left center, and he dropped it. And Borges, who had gotten basically to second base, was ready to head back to first. And now everybody moving up, and everybody's safe.
Wow.
There'll be 2 errors on that play.
I'm guessing Dexter took a peek a little bit to find the base runner. Wonder if he made. No, he didn't take a peek. He just dropped the ball.
So it'll be E8 on the ball Galvis hit, E5 allowing the runners to advance. Cubs will play their infield back here with 1 out against Franco. He might miss some time as he just took a huge hack as he left early on Wednesday with a sprained right ankle. He suffered sliding into second base, but with the off day yesterday, right back in the lineup today.
Coming off an outstanding rookie year, .280 batting average, 14 home runs. Just 23 years of age.
Cut and a miss, 0-2.
Punched him out last time. Love to keep it out of play here.
Borges at third, Galvis at second. 0-2. Caesar getting behind it. Borges ready to tag. Here comes the throw to the plate. And we're tied 1-1 on a sacrifice fly by Maikel Franco.
Well, not a bad try with 2 strikes. Elevated fastball, hoping to get a swing and miss. Franco able to get a piece of it, hit it deep enough to right field to score the speedy Borges. Situation you're thinking strikeout, you're going to bounce a breaking ball or elevate the fastball. They went with plan B. And Franco will chase that pitch. This time he's able to do something with it.
Joseph with a single in the second. Just his 10th major league game today. Came up earlier this month.
Galvis with a little sprint down the third base line got John Lester's attention.
Yeah, the general theory is left-handed pitchers should not pitch from the windup with a runner at third. Were you that way?
I usually went to the windup.
Not that a lot of guys steal home, but do you have anybody ever attempt a straight steal of home on that?
Not that I recall. Cubs did it here when Don Zimmer was managing the first and third deal. So I guess it was in retrospect. I guess it would have been considered a straight steal home. What he did was he had runners on first and third. And me being a left-hander, he had the guy on first break early with the hopes of drawing a throw there, and then the guy would spin over there. But I kind of sniffed it out, and I didn't go to first. And so I hurried my delivery home, I think the umpire blew the call, but he was ruled safe.
I love the disclaimer. I think he got it wrong. No replay then. Here's replay review. Call strike 3, inning over, but they tie it up. Unearned run.
Big strikeout to end the inning, and you see Galvis was taking some liberties down that third baseline. You see John Lester on the way off, kind of giving him the business, like, you're taking liberties on me, man. Good to feel a little crispy today after a short outing last time.
He will lead it off. An unearned tally. And we're tied at 1. Called strike. Fowler and Zobrist also do. That's the breaking ball that time. Morgan, 26 years old, 6'1", 200 pounds. Strikes out Lester. This Monday is Memorial Day, and the Cubs will battle the Dodgers at 4:05 p.m. Up to the first 10,000 early arriving fans will get a Ryne Sandberg retired number flag presented by Pepsi. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com. Fowler flied to right in the first, and that one deflects off the glove of Franco right to the shortstop. Galvis makes the play. 5-6-3.
Won that fancy. Tough break for Fowler. Hit it sharply. Galvis right there to handle that deflection. And plenty of arm to get Dexter.
That's a strike. 0-2 on Ben. Little swinging bunt. Ruiz. And Zobrist not only safe, but he's going to head for 2. He's there with 2 outs.
There goes a base hit and then an error on Ruiz. Tries to make a heroic play, falling to his backside. Gets plenty on this throw, but sails it a little bit.
Zobrist 2 for 2. Thing is, he might have had him with a good throw. That gives Bryant a chance with a runner at second and 2 outs. Second career start at first. He made 1 last year. He has played 5 different positions defensively already in the big leagues. Corner spots on the infield and all 3 outfield spots.
Shutting down the running game, a point of emphasis for Pete Mackanin this spring. You see his pitchers throw over a fair bit, will step off. And they ran wild on Carlos Ruiz last year. He's been way better than average so far this year. And, you know, he's in a part-time role now. He's an older guy, been around the league a long time. So Ruiz a little fresher, not playing quite as often.
In the air, right center field. It was Herrera just down to the warning track to end the inning. 3 in the books. Cubs 1, Phillies 1.
tonight. Turn to CSN for the most comprehensive Chicago sports news show in town. I'll recap today's game, plus preview tonight's matchups from around the league. Don't miss Sportsnet Central tonight at 6:30 on CSN Chicago.
Way partner, based on the Twitter reaction to your visor earlier, you can expect in the mail probably 10 to 12 visors with the hairpiece built in. So. One strike on Ruiz. 11th major league season, 37 years old. He and Ryan Howard, the only two remaining Phillies from that long NL East dynasty run.
Yeah, and that's the challenge, right, for Ruben Amaro Jr., who's no longer the general manager with the Phillies, but you had so many iconic players there. They had all that success, and when do you make that transition? And most outside observers would say they wait a little too long.
As to Bryant.
Sign up for the Chicago Cubs baseball summer camps presented by ATI Physical Therapy and Ideal Industries. Young sluggers ages 5 to 13 will suit up in Cubs gear, meet a current Cub player during a VIP Wrigley Field visit, and receive top-notch baseball instruction around the Chicagoland area. Cubs.com/kids to enroll. But, you know, you sell out the ballpark every day. Your television ratings are through the roof. You've got these players that are beloved in the city. You can understand why, you know, they hung on as long as they did.
Pete McCannon might grab some White Castle after the game. And on your advice, needs to apparently mix in a salad. Not that he looks like he needs to. It was more based on his Chicago
he's
food
just
preferences.
He's just going to splurge while he's here in town. But it's just funny to hear that interview he did with Kelly, and he was talking about the pizza and the dogs and sausage.
Strikeout number 5 for John Lester, and here's Goodell.
Shouldn't White Castle have a burger called a hanging slider?
Be great. Swing and a miss. I'm Jim DeShays. I used to throw a lot of hanging sliders. You can enjoy.
My.
2 for. Always good to see the human slider. Larry Anderson.
Yeah, speaking of.
Phillies radio broadcaster. Lester's pitch. Awkward swing by Goodell. Up, and he was able to tap it foul.
Now Goodell, it's spelled differently than Eddie Goodell, the vertically challenged player that Bill Veeck ran up there for pitch hit appearance so many years ago.
Ground ball, hard hit, and Zobrist just can't get it. Two-out single for Goodell. And we'll get the pitcher to the plate.
See Ben slap his glove in frustration. The ball was sharply hit. Had he been able to glove it, he might have had a fighting chance at Goodell. Would not have been an easy play. So correctly ruled a base hit. Warm, muggy day here. Probably didn't take these pitchers long to get heated up this afternoon.
I was talking with Chris Bosio about the weather. Even though as it heats up, it should favor the offense. He said he's got a couple guys who don't mind the cold weather, but by and large, baseball players in general like it warm. As you say, easier to get loose on a day like this. As Morgan strikes out, the inning is over. Cubs bat in the fourth and a 1-1 tie. Xfinity high-speed action. This was last Friday in San Francisco. Jorge Soler with two excellent catches. This one off Buster Posey early. Maybe the defensive play of the game, and that was, I believe, in the same inning as the Hayward catch on which Jason got hurt. But that could have knocked in a couple.
Yeah,
might have been his best overall game as a major leaguer.
Had a real nice night, and he's shown signs of improvement at the plate here too. In recent games, getting more playing time. That's obviously key to get into a rhythm, both in the batter's box and in the field. And he's not going to win any Gold Gloves, but improved play out there. Whole key to that, I think, a lot of it is playing deep too.
That has helped Dexter Fowler in terms of his defensive rating with an error today, but the Pat Hughes fan club.
Mahalo.
It's a 1-0. That was an awkward swing by Soler. 1-1. He fit right in with that group. That was a good summer look.
Taking a little time here to clean his spikes as Soler regroups after that big swing. I'm not sure what's going on with Jorge. Oh, a little wardrobe malfunction there with the chain.
On the inside corner, 1-2.
Oh yeah, I could rock that look.
Hey, by the way, happy belated anniversary. Your first major league win came 30 years ago yesterday.
Thank you.
Soler cranks it deep to left. Way out of here, off the board. 2-1.
Morgan got away with some elevated changeups back in the first couple innings of this game. He'd settled in, was making quality pitches with it, but this is a little bit of a hanger. And boy, did Soler ever get into that one. My goodness, this ball is crushed. It's not a changeup, it's a breaking ball. Mid-thigh, inner half. Take a look at that swing.
And hit the bottom part of the video board in left. Or it would have ended up on Waveland. Our Ford home run replay. That's why you were real happy wearing the visor in the picture. You saw a home run coming. Caesar and foul back. What do you remember most about your first major league win?
That if I didn't pitch well that day, I was probably going to be sent to the minor leagues.
Really?
Yeah, I was getting towards the end of May, and I was the 5th guy in the rotation, so I think I'd been skipped a couple of times. And my previous start was against the Cardinals as well, and that one didn't go quite as good.
So that was a big win.
It was a day where I needed to pitch well.
Goodell retires Caesar. We did send in the video replay to New York on that play at the plate we were talking about, and the call stands.
The call stands?
Yeah. 30 years later. So I think it was lack of HD. Just couldn't get
a little blurry.
Good look. Strike to Russell.
Joe Madden puts Soler in the cleanup spot, and he goes deep.
A 108-mile-an-hour exit velocity for Soler and 461 feet. The estimated distance, according to StatCast, might be the longest Cub home run this year.
Isn't the longest Arrieta's?
Oh yeah, I forgot
that one in
James.
Arizona. I don't think it was that far, but I think it might have been the longest Cub home run prior to that one. What did the kid for the Rangers do the other day?
491, I think. Omar Mazzara. Inside, 3-2. Hook just foul past third. Travis Wood and Chad Noble. That ball, I think, went right in between them, and they did not move. Game they play in the bullpen. Broken bat, fly ball. And no play for Goodell. I don't think I could do it. Afternoon snack. The wind is now blowing out to center. Three-two, just missed. Ball 4. It's the first walk in the ballgame. Runner at first, 1 out. Soler with a leadoff home run. Cubs have their second lead of the afternoon. Morgan making his Wrigley Field debut. That's a strike. In terms of the starting pitchers the rest of the weekend, Eichhoff, Hendricks tomorrow, Velasquez, Lackey on Sunday.
Velasquez 5-1 with a .275, had a 16 strikeout game earlier this year. Kid they picked up from the Astros. They trade for Ken Giles.
Swing and a miss, 2-2. 19-year-old lefty Julio Urias will make his major league debut tonight for the Dodgers in New York. He had a 1.10 ERA at AAA Oklahoma City and had been working on a 27-inning scoreless streak. He's in for Alex Wood. Will be pushed back to the Cubs series with a triceps issue. So he's the first Dodger teenager to pitch for them since Fernando Valenzuela.
Well, 19 man, that's tender.
Base hit to left.
Crowd him with a fastball, and Baez able to get the hands pulled in and didn't crush it, but he got enough of it.
Former Philly Cole Hamels pitched for Texas tonight, trying to get his 13th consecutive regular season win. It will be against the Pirates in Arlington. Cubs 15-6. David Ross has been behind the plate. Ball 1. His 500th career hit the other night in St. Louis, sitting on 99 career home runs. And he drives out in the left, number 100. 5-1.
And they are jubilant in the Cubs dugout. Ross is the boss indeed. Grandpa Rossi with number 100. up the gauntlet before stepping out. Tip the hat.
So Lester with a 4-run lead takes ball 1. So now you gotta win this game because the celebration afterwards for David Ross, it's going to be a big one in the clubhouse. His teammates have been planning the celebration for this day since the season started. Still 2-2. Galvis will scoop. 2 outs.
This time it was the changeup, and again, not in a good spot. Not from Morgan's point of view. David Ross just fine with it. The Ford home run replay, number 4 for David this year. RBIs 15, 16, and 17.
Ball 1 to Fowler. Morgan's pitch missed the corner. 2-1. I think I know why Ross hit the home run today. He said hi to us during batting practice. We were up here in the booth. Was on the field, although he originally said hi to Ryan Dempster, who had come into our booth. We were kind of giving David grief, like, hey, you never say hi to us, and you did today.
Sent a little karma his way.
Yeah. The extra bases for Fowler. On his way to third, relay throw late. A triple. What an inning. 2 homers, a walk, a single, and a triple.
A good look at his swing as he keeps his nose right in there, drives that ball the other way. 2 outs. You got to make sure you can get to third base safely. He took a look over his right shoulder, gave himself the green light.
Bob McClure, the Phillies pitching coach, out to the mound.
Just now some actions out there in the Philly bullpen. We're going to start to crank it up.
Coming up Wednesday, June 1st, Conquer Cancer Night here at Wrigley Field. Up to the First 5,000 early arriving fans in the Budweiser bleachers get a Cubs cap presented by the Conquer Cancer Foundation. Join us for special activities throughout the night dedicated to those who are conquering cancer, including a special 8th inning rally. Get tickets at Cubs.com. Brett Oberholzer. The Phillies bullpen. Zobrist takes ball 1. He's already 2 for 2. Average up to 354. It was at 346 when we started. 4th in the majors. And leading the way with an on-base percentage now up to 459. Foul.
Right-handed Ben, batting .351 prior to today.
Fine cameraman down there at third base. Well, a happy Jim DeShays. He saw this coming, right? Off the board for Soler. Off the new Bean sign for Ross, number 100. Baseball. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. Jackie Bradley Jr. had his 29-game hitting streak come to an end last night. 0 for 4 against the Rockies. You see what he did during the streak. His teammate Xander Bogaerts will try to continue his streak at 19 and counting. And Zobrist has a 13-gamer, including today. Here's the list. Modern big league history. Only 4 have ever gotten to 40. Peter Borges from the 9 spot is 2 for 2.
Ty Cobb's got that smirk going like he just stole home on you.
Here's Herrera. Braves are hosting the Miami Marlins tonight. Atlanta is 2-20 at home. It's not been a very fond farewell to Turner Field so far this year. Herrera is probably given fans between the third base dugout and the left field foul pole about 7 souvenirs here in now 3 at bats.
A likely outcome with Lester throwing that cutter down and away.
Cardinals lost in Washington last night 2-1. St. Louis has dropped 3 in a row. At the 500 mark, 8.5 games behind the Cubs. They're in 3rd. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Pirates again at Texas tonight. They've won 4 in a row. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 7 for Lester.
Next weekend, the Diamondbacks are in town, and on Saturday the 4th, up to the first 10,000 fans will receive a commemorative oversized trading card presented by Topps. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
Now Galvis.
You will not, however, get a very large, hard-to-chew piece of gum with your trading card. You chew for a while, and then it just, where'd it go? It's gone. And they also suggest not putting that oversized trading card in the spokes of your bike. I don't know if kids do that anymore.
Two 2-0 the count. Major league record was set last night in Houston as the Orioles bats set a major league record for strikeouts in a 3-game series with 52. The Nationals had the previous record set earlier this year with 47. In the air, right center. This is Fowler, and he's got it. 2 down.
Well, this is the era, right, of the strikeout and the walk, really, when you think about it, with the emphasis on patience and long at-bats. All the power arms that are in the game. So, and that's part of the reason why there's talk of elevating the strike zone a little bit from the bottom to the top of the knees. Thinking being that that would promote more balls in play.
the White Sox and Royals got rained out again. Making sure they got rained out last night. Making sure that wasn't news from last night. A lot of bad weather in Kansas City. 0-2. Bounced.
Bad news out of Kansas City, too. They put Mike Moustakas on the disabled list with a torn ACL. Could be out for the year.
He might still be on for tonight. We will confirm. The game that was postponed last night will be made up in September. Down by Ross, 2-2. Missed. Now that game is still on at the moment, but I guess they're expecting bad weather again tonight in Kansas City. We've dodged it so far. We got a quick downpour in the first. A summer-like day here at Wrigley Field. 3-2. Borges will be moving with this pitch. There he goes. Ball 4. That's Lester's first walk. Follow In-Game Live on CSNChicago.com, presented by State Farm. Hey, John McDonough's in the house with his son Ryan, Blackhawks president. Good Jim Obojkowicz hanging out. Got good seats today. Lester steps off. Baez to Zobrist at second to end the inning. 5-1 Cubs in the 5th. Make sure you follow Patrick Mooney, our Cubs insider, on CSNChicago.com all season long. Presented by Nationwide's Jeff Vukovich. Serving the community for 38 years. Go to jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side.
Shift on for Bryant. 3 on the left side of the infield. And very little room between Franco at third and Galvis, the shortstop.
Bryant fouls it off himself. It's Andrew Bailey, right-hander, up in the visiting bullpen.
Morgan approaching 100 pitches. Soler's hit a couple rockets off of him today. One for a single, one for a home run. So this may be the last batter Morgan faces.
Every ball Chris has hit here in this at bat, we're glad it went foul. Those would be routine ground ball outs to third. Looking for his pitch, see if he gets a mistake. And he sends it into deep left, and it is gone. That'll work.
Wow. That was a venti. I don't know if it was as venti as Soler's, but it was a big one. And again, the teams try to pitch him in. Beware, he is awfully quick in there. This did not appear to be a real bad pitch. Inside corner, perhaps even off the plate based on that angle. But how about the ability to pull the hands in and get the barrel to that one?
One might have landed on Waveland.
It did. I think a big high bounce. There you see
there
it.
You go. 3 long home runs for the Cubs today. Soler, Ross, and now Bryant. A 6-1 lead. It's across Waveland. Be nice, everybody. I think he got just enough for the first down. And that will be it for Morgan. It's time for the Midas pitching change. We'll be back. It's the Midas pitching change. Midas tire and auto service experts call to the pen. Here's Andrew Bailey.
Bailey working for the 13th time. He's pitched to a 3.27 ERA. He's a former Rookie of the Year. Did that back in 09 with the A's. He's a big part of their bullpen mix for a number of years. He's dealt with a lot of injuries in his career. Did not pitch in 2014. Last year, multiple stops in the Yankee organization, including 10 appearances with the big club.
Strike on Soler. Oh, 0-2.
Chris Bryant is going to put up some pretty beastly numbers this year, the way he's going along. Bailey, a non-roster invitee to spring training, started the year at AAA Lehigh Valley. Called up on April 20th when they designated former Cub James Russell for assignment.
Called strike 3.
Morgan, the young lefty, gives up 3 home runs here today, and I imagine Chucho Ruiz, Ryan Howard, some of the veterans over there might say, "Guy, you ought to see this place when the wind's blowing out. It's really tough to pitch."
Caesar went around.
Phillies are going to have to make a decision on Ryan Howard at some point this season. He's making $25 million as a $10 million buyout for next year. Really part of their future, big part of their past. But the skills have really diminished. And the question is, if you decide to move on and really limit his playing time, if it makes sense to keep him on the club.
One and two.
Bailey, an all-star in 2009 and then again in 2010.
Caught by Borges.
I don't know what the relative humidity is, but it's relatively high.
Yeah, it's a muggy day
here today.
Yep. There's that late July, early August feel to it. Fouled upstairs by Russell.
With the wear and tear, the surgeries, Bailey has As you would expect, lost some giddy up on that fastball. Used to be a guy who'd go mid-90s, now 91, 92. Those cutters and curveballs to go along with that fastball. Good take there. Well, 10 days ago or so, beginning of this road trip, we saw a lot of swings and misses from Addison. There was, he's starting to press. He had that high anxiety hitters get when they're in a little bit of a funk with 2 strikes. He really would expand his zone, and up until that rough stretch, that was not the case. Good to see him take that walk last inning, and then again able to lay off that 2-strike breaking ball down.
Swing and a miss to end the inning. KB goes kaboom. Chris Bryant playing first base today, and he hits a long one to make it 6-1. The homestand continues for the Chicago Fire. They'll play host to the defending MLS Cup champion Portland Timbers. Coverage begins at 7 on the CSN Spanish language broadcast, also available on CSN Plus.
Oh, you know what happens when the Fire and the Timbers get together? A lot of flames.
1 strike on Carlos Ruiz. That is great soccer analysis. Couldn't get the low call on the fastball that time. Easy fly for Caesar to handle.
Cub fans, let's go. Join the Cubs season ticket holder waiting list. Do it today. Claim your spot in our lineup for season tickets. It's easy, free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list.
Colton Murray, right-hander, has joined Brett Oberholzer. confirmation StatCast has the Soler 461-foot homer as the longest by a Cub this year by 20 feet. So I think it was the Arrieta one you mentioned that was
440. That sounds right. Yeah.
In Arizona. Felt like more though, didn't it?
Well, yeah, it was big, long, towering. It was hit by a pitcher.
Like the golf handicap system,
yeah,
you should get like 480.
Yeah, you should get a little bump for that.
3-1 on Hernandez. That's a strike. Full 3-2.
See Hernandez put a bunt down here this afternoon. He showed bunt his first at bat and then singled to center. Struck out last time.
Couple of bounces to the shortstop, Russell. Two down. It'll bring up Goodell, the left fielder. He's 1 out of 2. Justin Grimm playing catch in the bullpen.
John looking for his second 3-up, 3-down inning. That's how he started the ball game. And the Phillies have had at least one base runner in every inning. Haven't really been able to do any damage though. 1 run, it was unearned.
That is a strike. Lester trying to improve to 5-0 in 7 career starts against these Phillies. Way out in front and over the top of a curve. 0-2. Yeah, 6 innings, 90+ pitches will feel a lot different on a day like this than it would have in April. He was really working up a sweat.
I'm with you. I was walking off too. Yeah, Bob has been particularly generous at the bottom of the strike zone this afternoon. This little backdoor cutter actually gets a decent chunk of home plate. Davidson thought it was a little low.
1-2 curve, low and in. Emmanuel Burris for the pitcher on deck. If Goodell gets on. And has pushed it now to 3-2. John is still a little upset.
Yeah, I think that's what that double take, that last stare in at Davidson was about the third one that he didn't get.
Here is a 3-2, and it's off the corner for ball 4.
Just not going to give in. He's still trying to make a pitcher's pitch to the corner. Just a little bit wide.
Burris for Bailey. Burris a switch hitter. Former Giant and National. Topper, Lester off the mound, and the underhand to Bryant in time to end the inning. Bottom 6, Cubs 6, Phillies 1.
We move to the bottom of the sixth period. Wrigley Cubs on top 6-1 after another big blast from Chris Bryant, his 5th in the last 7 games for him. And he was talking about where he is offensively before today's contest, guys, and said that he feels even more focused this year, has reached an all-new level of determination. He said doesn't really know why, but thinks it has something to do with just the way this team goes out every day. You want to be part of these wins and contribute. Feels like he's having very quality at-bats, and says has also found a good routine that keeps him, of course, mentally and physically fresh through what is a very long grind he found out last year.
Kelly, thank you, as Baez deposits a single into center against Brett Oberholzer, the new Phillies pitcher, and Baez 2 for 3.
Oberholzer, another finesse lefty, not unlike Morgan, and he's not had a lot of success so far. He's only pitched in 9 ball games, an ERA of 7.29. Very hittable, hasn't he? 30 hits in 21 innings. That's a .330 batting average against. 9 long ones.
Nice hand for Ross. Big 3-run shot in the 4th, the 100th homer of his career. The throw over.
I thought there was a misprint when I first looked at that graphic. The home runs this guy has allowed.
Great day to pitch then. It's Justin trying to get into the shot. That's good. He dropped something in the plane as we were landing the other day, and he just turned around and said to our producer Mark Brady and me, "That just happened." He is a lot of fun. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Yeah, he would get a lot of votes, right, for the senior superlatives in the school yearbook for funniest guy on the team.
Here's Lester. So Oberholzer is from Delaware. And it's always fun to peruse Baseball Reference. Care to take a guess at the guy who has the most home runs in Major League history? He was born in Delaware. He is an active player.
An active player.
Yeah. Back to the mound. Well, you're going to have time
Kevin
to think
Mensch.
about it. No. He's a guy you would have remembered from your days in Houston. We'll give you the answer when we come back. As Oberholzer gets the double play ball. Cubs lead this one 6-1. Upcoming game schedule and pitching probables for the rest of the weekend. They are brought to you by Travel Wisconsin. Plan your fun today at TravelWisconsin.com. Eichhoff and Hendricks tomorrow. Velasquez and Lackey. The series finale on Sunday. Dark clouds continue to invade the area. We play on as Peter Borges takes a fastball apparently outside for ball one. Kevin Mensch, by the way, has a great guess. Players born in Delaware. He is 5th on the all-time home run list. The answer is a bit of a technicality. He was born in Wilmington, but he actually grew up in the Houston area. Paul Goldschmidt with 124. Cubs assistant general manager Randy Bush is tied for 2nd with a former Cub, John Mabry. 96. Dave May also hit 96.
Randy Bush was born in Delaware. I did not know that.
He was born in Dover.
Part of the Dover Bushes.
It's a hit out of play. And to pay it off, was it not Wilmington, Delaware, where Joe Madden and the Rays had to stay during the 2008 World Series after that one game was
I know they had to move out.
suspended.
They had to change hotels.
They had been kicked out of their hotel because they were going to fly back to Tampa as Baez makes the catch. It was a really beautiful old hotel. And the entire organization had to stay there an extra night or two. David Ross having a chat with Bob Davidson. He and John Lester, speaking of the home plate umpire, not really on the same page today. And David Ross, as always, is kind of the middleman in that conversation.
Yeah, just negotiating. Bob's been at this a long time. Earned the nickname Bakken Bob back in the 80s. We'd like to call that Bach.
Late 80s, I want to say 89 it might have been, the year where they tried to clamp down on Bach's. In particular, they come to the set position and not set. I want to say Jack Morris got called for a bunch. But it really got to be pretty ridiculous. '88. Jack Morris was called for 11 balks.
Yeah, I think I had 7 one year. Well, and Bob wasn't calling those on Jack because he was a National League umpire back then. I don't know who was getting Jack.
You had 7 in '86, 5 in '87, 6 in '88.
Pretty consistent.
Yeah,
with my box. Yeah, well, it used to be there was a discrepancy. It used to be if you just changed directions, you were okay. So pitcher, as he came set, could bounce his hands and then pitch. And then they said, no, that's not coming to a complete stop. They made it a point of emphasis. You know, Vince Coleman and Raines and all those guys were running wild. The pitchers were doing whatever they could to try to slow them down. And certainly thereafter, the slide step was implemented.
Asks for time and gets it.
He's seen a lot of pitches today. He's 0 for 3 though. He struck out his last 2 times up.
Shot left center. Soler will track it. Ball comes in and out of the vines, and that's a double for Herrera.
Joe Madden, I think, is going to make the move. See why Herrera's a high average hitter. His willingness to shoot the ball the other way. Fight off tough pitches.
Midas pitching change coming. Fans getting on their feet. For John Lester, 38-9, 4-1. Give him a nice ovation. Midas call to the pen. Midas Tire and Auto Service experts. Pedro Strop, as it has just started to downpour. To Freddie Galvis, who taps it foul, and that's it.
Strop's a rainmaker.
Dale Scott says we need a break. Get that tarp on the field. Wind is howling straight out of the southwest.
A tough assignment for the grounds crew when they don't, roll it out in anticipation and it doesn't come in, just a little bit at a time. We went from nothing to torrential here.
So a Reynolds wrap rain delay, and this is a key moment here to get that tarp on the infield.
Good work, boys.
Yeah. Some fans came prepared, others heading for cover. Boy, that infield dirt is taking on a lot of water right now. JD, we couldn't have played for another minute.
Yeah, and I think Dale Scott must have had some information because we played through that early burst start of the game, but once this one started to come in earnest, he said, let's go, boys. Cover it up.
Nicely done, guys. So let's check out some highlights of this game and how we got to this point. Bottom of the first inning, Ben Zobrist, the hottest hitter in the National League, with a double. A couple of batters later, he would score on the Jorge Soler RBI single. 1-0 Cubs.
Zobrist with a 13-game hitting streak now, hitting well up over 400 in that stretch. Jorge Soler coming off a good road trip, really benefiting from increased playing time lately, starting to find his groove, and that time he found the video board.
David Ross a little later in the inning with a 3-run homer, the 100th of his career. That made it a 5-1 game, and then Chris Bryant leading off the fifth after fouling off a few balls finds Waveland. So the Cubs with a 6-1 lead here in the top of the seventh. Hopefully not a long delay. Coming up next, an episode of Beer Money with updates from Wrigley Field. Resuming, the Cubs lead the Phillies 6-1. It'll end up being a one-pitch outing for Pedro Strop. As the rain came down, the tarp went on the field after he made one pitch replacing John Lester. So in the rain in the first inning, Ben Zobrist with a double setting up the Cubs' first run. A couple of batters later, Jorge Soler with the RBI single. Phillies would tie it with an unearned run, but then the Cubs hit the long ball today, JD.
Yeah, indeed they did. Nice to see Jorge Soler really start to turn things around over the last 10 days or so. He went real big, 461 feet. David Ross, career home run number 100, a milestone for him. Banged it off the Nuveen sign out there. And then for good measure, Chris Bryant turned on one, and he bounced one off Waveland for his 11th home run. He's been on quite a tear here of late with the long ball.
So Cubs leading 6-1, and it rained really hard. The infield took a ton of water, and that's the main reason we ended up probably being delayed an extra half hour. The grounds crew very busily preparing the infield dirt once again to get ready for baseball, and we should be restarting here in a few minutes.
So in case you want to come out here and catch the last couple innings of this ball game, we're going to tell you the best way to get to Wrigley Field is by using public transportation. The Cubs offer a free bike check that's located by the Addison Red Line station. And for drivers, the Cubs provide free remote parking and shuttle service on night and weekend games. For information, visit the A to Z guide at Cubs.com.
Well, we have a moment. I want to mention Gordon Tech High School class of 1966 here at the ballpark today, celebrating their 50th reunion. That great school just up the street at Addison and California. Our next CSN Cubs broadcast comes to you Wednesday night as the Cubs kick off June by hosting the Dodgers. Game 3 of that series. Coverage starts at 7 with the first pitch right here on CSN Chicago. As I mentioned, it'll be a short afternoon for Pedro Strop as Trevor Cahill, after the rain delay, will take over.
Yeah, Cahill working for the 18th time, and he has been effective. He has a 2.53 ERA. League hitting just 185 against him. Sure, Strop probably could have come back out and pitched, but the nature of relief pitching, you heat it up, you go, and then to shut it down for so long and come back out, Joe probably think, you know what, I got enough guys to cover this. Sit Strop down and turn it over to Cahill. As he warms up, Travis Wood warming up in the bullpen. Just the case the Phillies start to make a little noise here in their half of the 7th.
Led off the inning with a double. Final batter John Lester faced, so his line not yet complete at the moment. 6 1/3 for John. 6 hits, 1 run unearned, 2 walks, 7 strikeouts.
We got a 1 ball, no strike count on Freddie Galvis.
Actually 1 strike.
1 strike.
So Pedro Strop get a bunch of zeros through 1 pitch, but everything else will be 0 on his line.
Yeah, now if Strop was 2 balls, no strikes on Galvis, and then Trevor came in and walked him, it would go on Strop's record. Because that would be a decided disadvantage for the relief pitcher. 1 ball, no strike, no, that wouldn't be on. It wouldn't be on Strop. It would be on Cahill. Moot point because it's 0-1 here anyway.
We delve into moot points on occasion, so
we could have a whole segment. It's called moot points.
The point is moot. Here's Galvis stepping back in. Let's hope that's it for the rain. Herrera at second, 1 out. 7th inning. 1-1. Just under an hour, 56-minute delay.
Fastball, curve, and change for Trevor Cahill.
Breaking ball, strike. Some of that diamond dry out of his spikes. There's the sign from Ross. Into right and a base hit. First and third as Herrera stops at third.
Herrera had to hang up a little bit to make sure that ball was going to get down. You know, the whole reason Strop was in this game was because of where the Phillies were in their batting order. You know, normally you think Strop's the 8th inning guy, Rondon the 9th inning guy, but for Joe it's more about matchups, and you know he likes his power guys against the other team's best hitters. So he felt like, no doubt, that the Phillies' best chance to come back in this game was here in the 7th with the meat of the order coming up.
So here's Michael Franco. Cahill will try to get that ground ball in the infield, and he does, but it's not a double play ball. And Baez tried to barehand it, can't handle it. It's 6-2, and a base hit and an RBI for Franco.
Bit of misfortune there for Cahill. Made a good pitch. Got the desired result, a slow ground ball, but difficult play for Baez, and at the end of the day, no play.
We'll close the line on John Lester. 2 runs, 1 earned in his 6 1/3. Tommy Joseph. They really need to have a Joey Thomas on their team too, don't they?
Yes. I will support that.
Colton Murray up in the bullpen.
Guy got a solid single first time up. He was putting up huge numbers at AAA.
Turns away from a curve that didn't curve very much. 2-0. All of a sudden the tying run is on deck. Missed again. Taken all the way. It's a strike. Looks like the wind is coming in out of the east, maybe slightly toward the southeast, or from the southeast, I should say. Borderline strike 2, 3-2. So a crosswind right to left.
A floater changeup at the top of the zone.
Nice comeback. They got him on a fastball. Two-seamer.
Right over the top. Good movement from Cahill. Trevor worked 4 times on the just completed road trip. Pitched effectively, did not allow any runs. 6 1/3 innings over those 4 appearances.
Ruiz 0 for 3. Curve strike. Cahill 6'4", 240. 28 years old. 8th major league season. Began his career as a starter with the A's and then the Diamondbacks. Strike 2.
How close David Ross catches that ball to his body. Giving Bob Davidson a good look. Change up down in the dirt. Effectively blocked.
Time now for the Mazda 7th inning stretch.
For this afternoon stretch, please direct your attention to the outfield video boards.
All right. Let me hear you. Good and loud. On 1, on 2, on 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back. Oh, it's root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Boy, you never said.
Stretch was being sung in a kind of a weird situation. Brett Oberholzer, who pitched the 6th inning, he went back out to the mound, even though right-hander Colton Murray had been warming up at the end of the delay and into the top of the inning. So Oberholzer went out and I think took a couple of warm-up tosses. In the bullpen, they were looking at the dugout with their arms up going, wait a minute, Murray's coming in. So Pete Mackanin actually walked out of the Phillies dugout a few steps and told his left-hander, you're out.
Gotta love his desire to stay in the ball game.
I don't know if he went rogue or what, but
probably just a little lack of communication.
So Ryan Howard is in along with Colton Murray as part of a double switch. Cubs will try to add on to their now 6-2 advantage.
Murray called up at the end of April. Pitched to a 1.74 ERA in 8 appearances. Had a cup of coffee with the Phillies last year.
as the Flight of the Conchords would call him, Murray.
He's from Overland Park, Kansas, which is just outside of Kansas City. 13th round pick in the 11 draft.
Oh, the zone upstairs, 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2-2.
Pretty good run on that two-seam fastball.
Called strike 3. So 1 out here in the Cubs 7th. So we are in an age of specialization. And we have a throwback here at Wrigley Field. His name is Rick Fuse. There's Rick. He punches all the buttons on the old board out in center, the iconic Wrigley Field scoreboard. He does balls and strikes, and he's faster than anybody in the league, getting ball 1 or ball 2 or strike 1 up there right after the call is made. During the rain delay, Rick ran down and he was helping get the tarp off the field and get the field ready because he's a member of the Cubs grounds crew. So he just doesn't kick his feet up.
He's like Ben Zobrist.
That's a good call. He was Wrigley Field's super utility man.
Probably sell you a hot dog in a pinch too.
Chopper to the second baseman, Hernandez.
Here's an interesting factoid on this young right-hander, Colton Murray. Looking at the media guide here of the Phillies. He attended the University of Kansas. And when you look on these in the press guides, most of them will include a player's hobbies. And a lot of times they're hunting or golf. It's, you know,
working out, watching TV.
I think Michael Blazek enjoys getting tattoos, I think was his. But this fellow here, Colton Murray, web design, information systems, and working on cars.
Wow. A strike on Bryant. He holds the ball tucked into his right side as he gets the sign from his catcher. And it's 1-1. Fouled off by Chris. He homered in the 5th. His 5th at home. He's hit 6 on the road. Last year, heavily tilted toward Wrigley Field. 21 here, 5 away from home.
Yeah, and we really haven't gotten into a good stretch of home run weather here yet, Baba Wawa. But you know, just the quality of his at bats. He's going to put a hurting on these pitchers. I mean, he's just tough to pitch to right now. You know, you think a big, tall slugger like him would have some holes, and they're hard to identify. I've seen some teams try to crowd him with fastballs, and that's what happened last time up when he hit his home run. If you spin it and leave it in the zone, he's likely going to hit it really hard. Once in a great while, he'll chase a high fastball, come up empty, but not that often.
Full count, 3-2. Soler next. Howard will not have a play. Foul.
He was on high heater and got him to bite, but he was able to fight it off and stay alive at least. Just getting confirmation from Bob Davidson that the ball was up.
I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Look out, almost hit him on ball 4. Follow Cubs baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day. Live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. Here is my handle. Cubs went 2-5 against the Phillies last year. Getting swept here at Wrigley. And Bryant with a nice read is safe. And apparently Hernandez thinks he came off the bag because the throw didn't beat him. He's pointing at Pete McCannon saying you might want to review this.
And Sean Barber, the second base umpire, took a long look at it and deemed safe. We'll see. See, Barber's tracking the play. He's going to peek around the corner. Hernandez, I think, arguing that he was able to keep that back foot off of second base.
So we will have a Forsythe Technology replay review.
Now the Murray with the hand on his hip like that, it also reminds me of like a fencer, you know, the on guard. Don't they usually put that in their hand?
Forsythe Technology replay review. So his foot never got to the bag. He's going to be out, I think. Right?
That
like he hit Hernandez's foot.
Safe there, but that he's off the base. Looks like that back foot is blocked by Hernandez's foot.
I don't think he ever got there, or at least at the beginning he didn't. Didn't look like both. Well, that front foot was on the bag and then knocked. Actually, the front foot kind of went over the bag pretty quickly. So it's over the top and now it's off. Now the back foot is not on.
Yeah, and this is exactly the call that I don't like in replay. You know, the nanosecond where you lose contact with the base after you've already stolen it, you beat the throw, you're in there safe, and then you pop up.
You see the bottom of his pants also blousing out. I mean, is that dragging on top of the base?
I don't know.
It's one of those things.
This is one I would like to see them somehow. I don't know how you fix this part of it. Look at it if a guy clearly slides over the base. Okay. I think that was just a case of them saying, you know what? There may have been a very brief nanosecond there where some part of him was not in contact with the base and he was being tagged. But
I see a shoelace.
Yeah, right. That's what we're going to get down to here.
So we continue on as Bryant does get in safely after the wild pitch. And a 1-0 count on Soler. Here it comes. It's low.
Well, Cubs have hit 3 balls out of the ballpark already today. How aggressive is Murray going to be here on 3-0? You know Soler's got the green light. Ooh,
it's a strike.
Well, it's called a strike. That old adage about guys getting rewarded for being around the zone. Well, that's a 3-0 pitch that's high and inside on a slider. It's a 3-0 Leo is what that is.
Strike 3. So Murray comes all the way back to get Soler. He's not happy about it. 6-2 Cubs. Time for a hefty home runs. We've got a hefty for each home run.
Well, we got a little slide ball hit out of the ballpark by Soler. David Ross looked like he got a high heater. Tried to cram Ryan a little bit. I'm not going to let him in there. It's a very hefty day.
Hernandez. Big swing and a miss. And a base hit to center to start the inning. Hernandez is 2 for 4. It's Goodell. To be on his own for a hit, right?
Yeah, I think he saw Hobby
bunting.
back. Yeah, he was just trying to drop one down there. Not a bad idea if you're a good bunter. Got a wet field. Third baseman's back. Pete McCann to appreciate that the young guy's thinking a little bit, understanding scoring game situation down 4. Most guys come here, especially teams from the other divisions, only come here once a year. They want to try to do damage here at Wrigley. One of those things a young player would like to be able to put on that bucket list. Yeah, I popped one into the bleachers at Wrigley Field on a warm late May day. You get into bad habits when you think that way.
One and two the count. And he's just able to stay alive.
Ruiz got rung up on a pitch off the plate to end the top of the inning. Soler got rung up on a pitch inside.
Check on the runner. By the way, that replay review, the call officially stood as the replay officials could not definitively say that Bryant lost contact with second base at any time. As that will be 2, 6 to 4 to 3. Ground ball pitcher gets the double play ball.
Yeah, that's the other part that makes that thinking about a bunt a good notion for Goodell. Hale gets a perfect double play ball. Busting it hard down the line, but they got him.
So here's Ryan Howard. You see, has really scuffled this year. He does have 8 home runs, but hitting just $160. He's been good here in this ballpark. In the Hamels no-hitter, he hit a 3-run homer off Jake Arrieta July 25th of last year. He hit a 2-run shot the next day off Yoervis Medina.
Forgot about good old Yoervis Medina.
Outside, 2-1. So Howard's contract ends after this season. Club option for next year. To $23 million that will not be exercised. The Phillies do have a $10 million buyout. "36 years old. .365 career home runs. 3-2.
Yeah, and you know, it may be, I don't know what his mindset is. It may be that the Phillies could find a way to trade him to the American League where he could serve as a part-time DH. Obviously, they'd have to eat a whole bunch of that contract.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and the inning is over. Nice work by Cahill. 6-2 Cubs in the 8th. Okay, Cap, thank you, as Matt Caesar will lead off the Cubs' 8th, and he takes a strike. Breaking ball from Murray is in the dirt. 1-1. And just simply slowed down by the third baseman Franco. Caesar with a big turnaround first, and he'll stay there with a leadoff single.
10th hit of the day for the Cubs. First one for Caesar. Franco will get points for contact today. He's got his glove on a few balls. Come up short, making a couple spectacular plays.
Addison Russell swings and misses. I don't know if he's quite had this look with his pants very much as a big leaguer, has he?
I don't know.
Is on deck with the same look. I only notice it when it's out of the ordinary.
Do you ever do that game in the newspaper where you look at the two panels and you find the differences between the two?
No, I haven't.
Hocus Focus, I think it's called.
Okay. I'll look for it.
Ooh.
1-2.
It was right in the sweet spot there. Swung right through it.
Well, he's got that teapot deception.
On guard. I will flake you out, my friend.
Outside 94 on a fastball. 2-2. And he got him.
A little jump on that heater. Addy there guilty of chasing a couple out of the zone and taking what was probably the most hittable fastball.
There you go.
The coach probably told him that when he was a kid. Now when we come set, we start in the teapot position.
Baez a batter. And hits a fly ball out into right center. Herrera calling off Borges. The toast of the game is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. David Ross. Big 3-run homer. Big homer in this game. It went from 2-1 to 5-1 Cubs, and it was his 100th career homer. Binny's Beverage Depot is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. Check on Caesar. He's back. Popped up. Howard with the best shot at it. And he and Ruiz came together and nobody caught it.
Ryan Howard in his prime was never a good defensive first baseman. Now as he nears the end of his career, he's really struggled. And that's one where you prefer your first baseman to come over there aggressively, call everybody else off, and just take charge of the play. But I just think he was tentative. Not sure where he was on the field. And Ruiz is going to continue to pursue until he hears Howard run him off.
So a new life for Ross. And the pitch. 0-2. No error on the play. I got to give some credit to James on Twitter for the teapot idea. So it looks like a teapot. As that ball's hit pretty well. Borges, though, will make the catch. Thanks, James. Always fun to laugh at the ballpark. 6-2 Cubs as we go to the ninth. To left. Anthony Rizzo did not start for the first time this year, but he's going to get into this game for defense. And Trevor Cahill is back out there. Leading this one 6-2.
Here comes the rain again.
It has started to rain for the third time. We've had one delay. So hopefully it will not rain quite as hard as it did the last time. We had an almost hour delay. Cubs looking for their third straight win. They won the final two in St. Louis. Bunted by the former Cardinal Peter Borges. Foul.
You have to limp it along there. The bats have come to life the last few days. Big numbers in St. Louis. They had 6-run innings, 2 6-run innings in those final 2 days, one in each ball game, a 4-run inning here today. Banged out 10 hits this afternoon, 3 long balls.
Swing and a miss. For strike 2?
Yeah, he's just going back for a little stick 'em.
Got it. Here's a question for you. If you're Joe Madden, does the rain matter to you in terms of your pitchers? You're not going to let Cahill face another batter just to try to get this over with, are you? And doesn't matter. As Dale Scott is calling for the tarp again.
Huh. I'm surprised. I thought they might try to push through.
Decision probably came down to the fact that the infield took all that water earlier.
Yeah, doesn't want to get caught again. Well, this from the Phillies' point of view, this guys like come to Chicago to play these day games so they can go out to dinner after the game. This could be cutting into some dinner plans here.
Reynolds wrap rain delay. Our second here in the last couple of hours. And we have another episode of Beer Money coming up, and updates and hopefully the final 3 outs of this game not too far down the line. This will not be a save situation, but he will come in with an 0-2 count, which is kind of nice.
That's kind of cool. He can get a strikeout. I'm glad you reminded me of that because I hadn't marked that on my score sheet. Hector Rondon has been awfully good, and there are the numbers to support such a bold, sweeping statement. 8 out of 8 in save opportunities with a 1.17 ERA, but what really grabs your attention is down there near the bottom. 26 strikeouts against just 2 walks. He's done that in 15 1/3. The nature of the Cubs season, the way it has played out, they've had a lot of lopsided wins, so he hasn't piled up a lot of saves. So I think what he is doing is not getting a lot of attention because he doesn't have 15 saves in the bank, but he has been as good as any closer in the game.
So Borges with an 0-2 count. And the pitch is outside. Six-2 Cubs here in the ninth. At the end of the bat, Odubel Herrera on deck had to scoot out of the way. 37-minute rain delay this time. 56 minutes in the 7th. Tomahawked into right and caught by Caesar. About a 40-minute at bat.
Yeah, a pretty good at bat too, to come in and down no balls, 2 strikes, and have to deal with Rondon after sitting around for a long time. He ultimately hit the ball sharply, but for an out.
Now Herrera. And Rondon will get credit for the out, yes?
Yes.
Pitcher comes in. Got to get the guy out. And smacked into left for a base hit. Second time in 5 tries Herrera has been on. And it'll bring up Freddie Galvis.
Herrera first pitch swinging, 2-seam fastball, center cut, lash to left. Hector got the save on Wednesday in St. Louis. Came in, allowed back-to-back hits. And then retired the side. Pick up his 8th save.
Rizzo will play behind the runner at first, and a foul tip, strike 1. Umpires look a little waterlogged after a couple of downpours late in the game. Great work by the Wrigley Field grounds crew. Basically, JD had to start from scratch twice here in the late innings.
Yeah, prep the field after the rain.
Two and 1. Missed again. 3 balls and a strike.
Anthony Rizzo playing well behind Herrera at first base.
Ground ball, Rizzo's got it. Throw to second for 1, Rondon at first, 2, and the game is over. A 3-6-1 double play to end the ball game.
Good thing he was playing well behind Herrera there at first base. Well positioned to start that game-ending double play. Get a good look at it here. Sharply hit. Quickly on to second base. And there's your final 2 outs of this ball game.
And it can rain as much as it wants now. After the Cubs complete a series opening victory. So the Cubs are 32-14, 15-6 at home.
So yeah, the takeaway from today, Ben Zobrist continues to be red hot. Chris Bryant continues to hit home runs. Jorge Soler continues to turn his season around, and John Lester with a very good bounce back start after scuffling last time, and of course a big bucket list home run for David Ross.
And he is walking over to our Kelly Crow for our post-game chat, and let's send it down to Kelly.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. Well, it seems like ages ago now, but David, you told me a while back that number 100 would be a really good even number for you. Describe the emotions as you kind of rounded the bases and then hit this dugout here.
I was just excited. I mean, the 3-run homer gives us a little bit bigger lead. And, a lot's been made of me hitting 100. I didn't mean it to be such a big deal. It's just something, one of those personal goals that, got out. So, yeah, it feels nice, but I'm much happier with the win and to hear this cool song with everybody cheering after the game, right? And nothing better than that.
Well, I know it was a big deal. It turned into a big deal for your teammates. It turned into a big deal for these fans. I know you were reluctant, it seemed like, to come out and give the curtain call, but could you hear all of these people?
They were going nuts. Yeah, it made me feel good. I had a big smile around in second base, just looking in the dugout, and all my teammates going crazy, and the crowd, and everybody screaming, get out there, when I got in the dugout. So, yeah, it was fun. That's a fun one.
I'll let you brag about somebody else for one moment, okay? Tell me about Johnny Lester's performance this afternoon.
Great outing. He really pitched really well. We messed that one ball up here. They cost him a run, but early on, but threw the ball phenomenal. It's good to see him get back to form after that outing, and that's what we expect. A really good cutter today, fastball located, good break. It's a good lineup. This is a really good team. I mean, I know they're not at the top of their division, but they're a good team.
All right, well, you withstood a couple rain delays. You got the W. Listen to this song, and now go enjoy your dance party.
Yeah, there we go. We're going to go celebrate a little bit. Yeah, thanks.
David Ross, guys, a big afternoon for him. Cubs win 6-2.
Kelly, thank you. And now for JD and our entire crew here at Wrigley Field. Len Casper with your final. Cubs 6, Phillies 2. We're back with you Wednesday at 7. Cubs hosting the Dodgers, Game 3 of the upcoming 4-game series. That's it from the park, but we have more to come from our studios. It's the Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live next.